So, there I am. King. King of all the land. And who'd have thought that? Not me. I guess you know who these guys are now? 'Cause I certainly do. I don't want to know them. And yep, I may be king. I have all the money in the world. And all the land. And all that stuff. But you know, I don't really think I want it. I just want to go home. With Barry. And, I don't know, have a bottle of beer. It's not gonna happen. It's true what they say. The grass is always greener. And you don't really know what it is you have until it's gone. Gone. Gone.
Hello, 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 everyone. Well, the day is finally here. It finally happened. The long awaited DSP documentary by Joon the King has finally dropped. According to what I read on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, apparently the premiere had so many people tuning in that it died or it just crashed, whatever the case is. I don't really take a lot of people's secondhand accounts with too much more than a grain of salt. So, whatever the case was, we are going to watch it now. So, once again, I would like to thank anyone and everyone who comes around and watches this with me. I think it's always fun to interact with you all, especially when we are interacting live. Still working out some bugs as always. The chat always, for whatever reason, just doesn't look good to me. I've tried everything I could to change it in one way or another, but it's still always either too big, too small, too out of the way, whatever the case is, and I'm just probably going to end up not fooling with it much anymore. The way it is now is about as good as it's going to get for the time being, and yeah, I'm just going to try to work with what I got and do what I can with what we have. But yes, I am super excited over this, as many people are and were, and I'm assuming still are, especially those like me who are always fashionably late to the party whenever it comes to basically anything, especially these sorts of things. But I am going to attempt to get us completely set up here. I'm going to fiddle with this damn chat one more time, and I'm going to hope that I get it exactly the way I want it. Otherwise, I'm just going to reset it to what it was, keep it like that, and say forget it from that point on. But these overlays, especially on Stream Elements, are just, for whatever reason, they show them one way, but then just as soon as you see it in the actual stream, it's something completely different. And it's very hard to go back and, like, I don't have dual monitoring, so I just have to go back and forth between the windows just to make sure that I've got everything exactly right, exactly the way I want it. Oh, man. All right. I think it's text settings is exactly where I am. Alright, let's do a little test run here. See if we're doing good. And after we get this, I'm just going to go ahead and start the documentary, and we will just watch along. We'll pause as we need to, talk as we need to, so on and so on. Oh my god, that actually looks a lot better. Sweet. Alright, we're ready to go. I'm not gonna... Like I said, that's all I wanted to do real quick was fix the text in the chat. The chat is good. Now let's go ahead and get started. So, if you are not familiar with who DSP is and what all this is, you're about to get very quickly acquainted. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Like I said, we will respond to this as we need to. We'll go through it and stop as we need to. I'm thinking that we probably won't need to stop too often because it is a documentary after all. But depending, heavily depending, we will definitely stop as we need to. But like I said, I don't think we will need to that often. I'm making it to where you can see my cursor just in case I need to physically point anything out, but I doubt I will. Alright, let's get started.
Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades. He has participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from their window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it.
That is an understatement if I've ever fucking heard one. Phil has not only not evolved with the whole idea of Let's Plays and the whole Let's Play thing, but he's literally, other than like doing direct capture of his screen with, you know, whatever that might be, other than that, he is literally the exact same. There is no difference in what this man has done as far as that goes. He went from literally putting a camera toward his screen, basically sit it on. I like to think that if anybody is familiar with a creator by the name of Das Bullshit, he... he did a YouTube Avenue series that had Philip as basically the main star, and he made it look like that Darkside Brunellian had his camera sitting on like a stack of red ringed or banned Xbox 360s, and I like to think that's not a joke. I like to think that is exactly what old Darkside Phillian had to do. It just makes it all that much more funny to me. As far as spending habits go, oh my god, the dude has highly compulsive spending habits. He will spend his money, especially any excess money that he has, on any garbage thing that he can find. Like the whole weird, like, animated GIF digital frame board thing that he has is perfect example of that. Especially since he spent like $150 on that damn thing. Sad. And he also, at least in my opinion, I think he also spent some extra money on getting his new gaming PC. But that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that that's fact. Just saying, in my opinion, that's what happened.
It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought, due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
Lie about his finances and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played.
Yeah.
That's not all. There are several
High
search
dedication,
engines
man.
designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage.
I love
And of
it.
course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all.
Oof. Yeah, good luck with
アメリ
that.
カ太平洋岸の港湾都市サンフランシスコ。この地に日本チ
I
ャン
don't
ピオン
think
が上陸
I
した。
think it would take a million
To the US
documentaries and
population
they
at
would
large,
cover it all.
November 8th, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the
Damn,
Americans.
such old
The
school
Japanese
shit.
champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter III Alpha, was the medium. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here in the finals. Both sides were exposed to strategies they have never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
That brings back old memories, man. I used to sit and watch the tournament
ついに
fights.
日本チャンピオン梅原君が世界一の座に輝いた。
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events. One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell. Initially
my
entering
God.
the online space with the alias Wo Moses, he adapted other
Oh my god. Even at 18 years old, you can tell that that was Phil. You see the shape of that face? That's still Phil.
short-lived nicknames such as Phil, Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed as unbalanced. Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote. Regardless, Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made
You know, I'm reminded, and I'm going to be doing this over and over again as we go through, because I'm going to constantly have to stop and talk about Philly cheesesteak whenever you know it just comes to mind. Oops, I can do that. I am forever reminded of, I do believe it was Sunday, so yesterday. Phil was already starting to do, like, he's already been in damage control because he knew that this documentary was coming out, so he was doing his best to try to get away from the quote unquote negativity that comes up. But I am once again reminded of him saying yesterday that there's absolutely nothing of the Street Fighter scene that exists anymore. It's all basically been wiped from the internet. Nobody knows anything about it. Yet we're seeing old posts and everything coming up, and what looks to be like maybe it's direct, maybe it's just like from a forum, but it looks almost like direct messages, and it's really, if you've seen the way Dave Bennett or Phil does any of his Twitter posts, it looks exactly like that. So I'm wondering if these are direct messages or if these are just forum posts. This could even be from like the King of Hate vlogs. Who knows? Or the blog channel, the King of Hate blogs, the forums.
Made him memorable. His aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life. Unquote. This was in response to the general aggression Phil received
DSP
when utilizing his
tough guy.
infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic, it does expose the way he viewed himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Dark Side, which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his demeanor, such as wanting to act as a heel in this developing space. And so Dark Side, as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own, at Motel 6, with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the third one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies and lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason.
Not racially diverse enough to get into Yale or to get into Harvard? What? Is he trying to go to is he trying to get into like was he trying to get in 2020? When did he try to get in? Because I don't think that they even really cared about that sort of thing until like what, the last, it's been like the last 10 years that's been like a prevalence. So I don't know.
For not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Well, he definitely kept that fucking thing with the whole bankruptcy shit. He getting in and using credit cards has basically been Phil's bread and butter, especially with the bankruptcy. I don't know if he's still doing it today. I honestly don't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt by the time we hit like what, 2030 that he'll have another bankruptcy lined up. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, you go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays, and it's like who cares about the Flash? You can leave the Flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
Those were moments from EVO 2004. EVO, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
East Coast versus West Coast. No!
That was perfect. A silhouette of him with his stupid cowboy hat.
In this particular moment at EVO 2002, the infamous Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater. Commentary from the people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that.
But in person, that was a different story.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything, but when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against the top Marvel players, so Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were a mile long. When DSP was leaving with him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
And that's the way all internet tough guys are. Every single one of them. Whether it be Darkside Phil, whether it be fucking LTG, or even, if we want to go back, 5 years, I think? Maybe a little bit less. A little bit more, a little bit less. It's fucking Tonka Saw. Same thing. All of them are the exact same way. They talk a bunch of shit, and then just as soon as they get stepped up to by someone, suddenly it's oh shit, hi, how you doing? Suddenly, it's dumb. If you're gonna talk a big game, you should have a big game. But internet tough guys are all the same cut of cloth. Every single one of them.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, "The King of Hate."
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
I understand that.
How do you figure? How do you figure that that's the case? Because you never got your ass kicked in person? I'm wondering if that ever did happen. I guess we'll find out.
You got something you want to say about the DSP?
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down syndrome Phil. Fuck that guy.
Oh yeah?
Now, in 2003, Phil's infamy grew to new heights after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as TopHaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to TopPlayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to top players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of, On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack of support, Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As TopHaters.com was Phil's answers to TopPlayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to EVO. And even though Phil continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO," unquote. On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact.
Alright, so I'm going to pause this for just a minute. I will get some music going, but I will be right back. I gotta take care of something real quick. So, yeah. So, give me just a minute.
once again. Your country needs you now, boys. We are fighting an enemy like we have never encountered before. They are evil beyond reproach. Where they have come from, I do not know. But we need to send them back to wherever it was they came from. We need you, soldier. Yes, you. Sign up at your nearest signing up station. There should be one near you. And remember, soldier, your country will be indebted to you.
I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of tish comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat? Yeah. Ho, 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 ho. Ah. Ha, 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 ha. Hurrah! Hee 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 hee. Ah. Do you really think you'll survive in here? You don't see.
Alright, everybody, I am back. Sorry about that. Whoops, wrong thing. Over here is where we need to be. Hello! Alright. Well, let's continue on. We were in the top haters and impact websites that feel made to combat against other more successful sites.
Impact. TopHaters.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused to this negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified.
Oh, yeah.
Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out. Quote, in some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only, unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players and allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough.
Yep.
It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? It's my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to, it's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. Personally, I don't like it, but, you know, no choice.
Adapt, and
That
improve.
was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict. EVO 2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both would receive protest in one way or another.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a Fierce Flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't show up. Bullshit. He was like, oh, I'm protesting EVO because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in the Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo, a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005, is that he totes his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega, and he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match, and just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me, and I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people, and I was, you know, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me. And so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
Got to blame it on the stage fright, right? I was in front of 1,002 people, so of course I'm going to fuck up.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. When I first met him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment, like, oh my god, this is a guy who just came back from EVO and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment. He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006.
Damn.
Now on unemployment, DSP's financial decisions became ever more reckless.
For 2006 and 2007, I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at EVO East 2006. As neat as these victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
Yeah. Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots, because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These victories inflated his ego beyond measure and created an even more aggressive Phil.
Yep. First of all, you are fucking hypocrite. Because you have no problem. You have no problem talking about my shit.
I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass.
Oh, really? You gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
DSP continued to seek out a physical altercation, and in most cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he miscalculated and threatened someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote. When it came to real fights, backing out was typical Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
Alright, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about ST?
I mean, for years these same guys are on top, and yes, I'm talking about John Choi, I'm talking about Alex Valle, playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank you. Check out the shirt.
Hate this, bitch.
Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match, I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, you know, all this practice, I waited all day, basically mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first 2 matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
DSP did not even place in the top 8. He was now the former top American player, but if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East. Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Honda, come back. Don't get down for Japan. David Sterling, 1 match. DSP, 1 match.
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy. So he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time, and I just can't control myself when I do it. And at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up? I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for EVO Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business, so DSP's work experience nor his educational background was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism. There was an additional development that DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first fortune that I got, well, my fortune that I got that they said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay, I use a digital camera.
So what, you're not going to edit this video? You're just going to post them as is with a 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit? It took 2 days, actually, off of work just to play Batman Arkham Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman! Oh!
The Dark Side Phil YouTube channel was created on March 3, 2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment for Day 1 setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
at least I got all this fucking high-definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horse shit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay, Saints Row 2, trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you! You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote. Phil's commentary was colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh look. Blah blah blah, you cannot speak any English, you stupid. Blah blah blah. Okay, time for a save.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording, no one gives a shit. Play, you can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally...
Yeah, that's definitely not a character. Like, I don't care how often DSP tries to say that him being the smarmy and belligerent person that he is in basically all of his videos, especially the ones where he's being, like, incredibly, like, racist and shit, especially to all the other characters that's in the game. That's just Phil. That's not a character.
Present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum, so.
As these suggestions to how he could improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone, I'd have to record the voiceovers, I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen.
And so in other words, the excuse for that is I can't use direct capture because then I have to do more work. Okay. I mean, at least he's honest about it, I guess.
So shut your fucking face.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the king of hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully...
By the way, just so everybody knows, I know this is a little off topic from what we're doing here, but I'm basically live reacting to everything around me at this point. But that's another thing that I'm going to do is whenever I start getting a little bit more monetization and I actually do get partnered on YouTube, is I'm going to set up a tip goal. So if you tip me a certain amount, I'll talk in like a Scottish or an Irish accent for like a minute. Because I think that would be fun, seeing as I like doing those accents. So, and the lady of the house also does them herself. So it'll be interesting.
Accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's
do
going
them
on?
enough, though?
My name is Phil Burnell, but more commonly known as Darkside Phil, or DSP for short on the internet. And in 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time on YouTube, and actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah. What's better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza? So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here devouring his final slice.
No. Hell, bugger, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Follow me, Red. Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions, just follow me.
Oh, I see. I've told him down here. There we go.
What? Red has died. She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for his shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained... They both come in here.
What the hell are you doing skipping through all the dialogue?
Hey!
What the fuck are you doing?
A viewer may have missed it, as Phil did, through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
The what?
Why the fuck are they attacking me? I don't get it. Why are they attacking me? I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
You could definitely tell that fucking Phil was heavily sauced during that. Why are you attacking me? What's going on?
My Xbox locked up. Fucking cuz. Fuck, you're doing it.
Standing fucking roundhouse.
Wow.
Shit, fuck.
Fucking doesn't kidding me. Fuck this stupid fucking mission. I'm fucking cooking fucking balls.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub, loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this. Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he's just... 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Guess who's back, motherfuckers? That's right. That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back. That's right. As you can see, thank God, my channel, Darkside Phil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSPGaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna whip up.
Oh no. It's the cooking with the king shit. No, this is gonna be good.
A couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate than his gaming videos or even vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot.
I'd cooked every single meal that I could possibly make without looking like an idiot. Well, given that in your hot dog and beans, given that in your hot dog and beans Cooking with the King video, you literally pause mid-sentence just so you can audibly fart into the mic before you continue, yeah, okay, I can see how it's poorly cooking.
Or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated,
So just for anybody who comes in and sees this, who doesn't know this history, DSP, like with this section, the Cooking with the King thing, he made all kinds of Cooking with the King videos, and most of the stuff that he made, to be fair, was like sandwich stuff, bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, hot dogs, certain, I think, yeah, it's like a college student diet sort of thing, just like what the ladies behind me said. Yeah, and
I've done that for a while when I was 21 and had my first apartment.
oh yeah, and he would show various sandwiches and stuff that he would make. It was all simple college, like basically like college dorm shit. But during one of his particular videos, and as you had seen in this documentary right now, all the poorly Cooking with the King videos are all re-uploaded, so you can find them and watch them. But there's one in particular that he made where he's cooking hot dogs and baked beans. And I think he makes like 4 hot dogs. He makes one of those big jumbo cans of baked beans. And mainly all you really have to do with those anyway is just warm them up. But he warms them up on the stove. He fries the hot dogs. In the midst of him telling the audience in this video, in the midst of him telling you what he's doing, he walks over. I'm pretty sure he walks over to the counter. And he's like, oh, I don't know about anybody else, but I like my hot dog buns. I like my hot dog buns hot, so I'm going to toast them. And he opens up this like bun toaster thing, and as he's explaining why he likes to have the hot dog buns toasted, he pauses like mid-sentence, and you hear, and then he continues talking. Like he literally pauses, holds his breath to squeeze out a fart, and then continues talking. Continues talking about cooking the hot dogs. Yes. So the fact that, you know, poorly Cooking with the King, yeah, you're damn right.
I gotta leave you. I need fart beans and farty beans and weenies.
And that's the thing that you have to wonder is he makes one of those big cans of Jimmy Dean's baked beans, and in the video he says, and I'm pretty sure I'm quoting, but I'll paraphrase just in case I'm quoting wrong. He says, I'm not going to eat this entire thing of beans. There's no way that I could.
And he proceeds to eat the whole thing.
But the thing is that you waited, you had to wait to squeeze out a fucking fart before you started making the beans. So I can only imagine what that fucking house smelled like afterwards. And he's not, and this isn't like his Seattle house whenever he did this, by the way. This is back whenever he was in his like 1-bedroom condo in Connecticut. So that place probably fucking reeked of beans and excrement by the time that he was done.
Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together some burgers, the eggs, and the cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish. Although in this episode we're actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, you know, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every 6 ounces of...
You imply that the stuff that you're making, and just like what Joon just said in this documentary, you imply that the stuff that you made for Poorly Cooking with the King was stuff that you ate on a daily basis. And it was all that you knew how to make. So you were making hot dogs, hamburgers, and baked beans, and cheesy eggs on a daily basis. And you were wondering and you would wonder why you would even have problems with gout later on.
Tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and or Miracle
A
Whip.
half a cup of mayonnaise.
Those were the following 4 poorly cooking with the king videos. Besides Phil's poor diet,
For
that would
apparently tuna salad.
impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps
Oh no,
that
it's
were
the
perplexing.
pouring the bacon grease
Safest
down the
thing to do with
toilet.
bacon grease. Oh yeah! Hot fucking potatoes.
Screwing his viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way.
Oh my God.
If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly. The key change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to be telling you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating. Because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors.
A little bit.
Because the egg and all the meat
The egg and all the meat is what the fuck? Why do you have to take such deep breaths in between that?
extremely salty.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise,
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get.
then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP, and I'm using the new Axe body.
Oh god, it's the Axe wash ball thing.
I'm using the new Axe body detailer. I use the detail inside to wash off. Oh my god! Oh.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure in YouTube survivability. And so, by October, thekingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
That first month, I made $18,000.
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more.
Yeah.
This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your videos. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Orange tabby.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This, I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk to your fans about it.
Oh, okay.
Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels.
Wait a minute, he made a ranting video in the past about compulsive lying? How ironic is that shit? A compulsive liar doing a video ranting about compulsive lying. Interesting.
Work. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
Enough.
That's where the fun comes from. So, I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos.
DSP Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos.
Okay, so that wasn't his, that's the DSP Cult Leader. Okay, for a minute there I was about to be like, that's very ironic if he did make a video about that.
Showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with.
Are you saying that DSP lies and contradicts himself? How dare you?
Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on Blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact to turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them. Hello, Jew.
Phil, role-playing as the last surviving space Nazi, did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos.
Well, you can do it straight.
And then here we go, oh look, it's Hutch, and he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done, you don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party, therefore circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that, so all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case.
That's very
In May of 2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website. Phil was still going to fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money.
Yeah, he does.
In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she makes, and she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice, it's so artistic looking, that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually commission her to do
Oh, hold on, I want to let him get
a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
On that...
Okay, so, the lady of the house is just kind of standing behind me. She's doing stuff in the kitchen while I'm doing this review.
Do you want bacon in with the vegetables? If so, can you take like 2 seconds to grab it off the pot pan?
Yeah, I'll get it for you real quick.
So I'm putting cheese on them.
Then yeah, we may as well. Here you are.
1 second.
Uno momento, por favor. Yeah. So, the reason why I'm giggling so hard, I didn't even know this until now, so I'm learning too. Apparently, back whenever Phil was in his wonderful condo in Connecticut, he had a he had a painting hanging up near his couch that was done by an artist who paints all of her paintings specifically with her breasts.
Whatever makes her money.
Oh, and he says at the end of it, I may commission her to do another one because her stuff looks very good and I like hanging it up in my office.
We all know that's not why you're going to commission her. At least you're being kind and humble about it.
Oh my god. I love it.
Side note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever.
Oh, it's not a spoiler. The timestamps are there.
At this point, it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming. And I sure as hell, I'm not sure that that's ever going to happen.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and taking steps to opening our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here, and with me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I look like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking non-Asian chick...
Yeah, I guess so. So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So
yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so...
What games
I figured that would give away that I'm not Asian.
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's audience was more curious about the 11-year age gap, with Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18. Rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the wise, do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why?
That is enough,
You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it. The police is here. Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I was just being difficult. Alright, well anyway...
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere. Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming. Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos, that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash. Yep. And offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're going to continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response, they don't want money. They don't want any money after this. Based on what he says, they told him that.
Yeah, And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his two friends. This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer, and I even saw a comment saying, wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing. Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like at least BMW.
Isn't it just so ironic that that in the end it just turns out that he lied to their faces, just bold face, like, yeah, money's not in the equation. They don't want money. Really, you're doing 7 hours worth of work. It doesn't matter really what it is. It's 7 hours of your time, and you don't want to get paid for it. Yeah, okay.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds. On the surfaces of his apartments, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I have nowhere to put, I have no use for.
What kind of weird hoarding behavior is that? That you have to... Not only do you need to buy all these figurines, but you have to, like, keep all of the boxes that they came in? And it's not even just the figurine boxes. Like, there's even, like, postal boxes and other shit that's there. What is the point of keeping all that? Like... Unless you, like, I guess he did end up selling some of them because he did do the whole, from Connecticut to Seattle move. But would that have been, like, the only reason in case he needed to sell them at some point? Or is it just some weird, like, big-headed thing? I don't know where that's coming from, to be honest.
Some people collect
Can't store. I don't know what to do with it, alright?
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
Like, does the boxes, like, help the price?
If they're in the box, untouched, just like...
No, well, I can understand that, but in his case, their figurines are out of the box, scattered around his apartment.
I mean, if he cleans them off and tries to claim that they're pristine, then someone's stupid enough to fall for it, then yeah.
Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense, actually, then. Yeah. Well, he's a known, like, bold-faced liar, so, yeah, that would make sense. So, just in case anyone didn't hear, the mic's pretty good on this headset, so you probably did, but I'll reiterate what the... Yes, I'll reiterate what the lady of the house just said, that, if he lies and says that they're in pristine condition, cleans them off, and then says, oh, no, they're in pristine condition, never came out of the box before, then, yeah, that would make sense. Maybe that's what he did try to do, because like I said, I know that he sold a bunch of the figurines and whatnot whenever he moved from Connecticut to Seattle. But
I mean, he could have used the boxes as well to put them back in for shipping to save on postal costs as well.
Possibly. Clint, leave your foot alone. No, he's chewing his foot.
Yeah, but he's been pacing back and forth, sitting in front of you, watching me cook this whole time.
Right, I know that, but right now he's literally just chewing on his foot, like he's deep-throating his foot trying to chew on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's too much. Too much. Now, the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it. But it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
There were plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I am an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
You have a degree in finances, but you maxed out several credit cards, filed for bankruptcy, and then basically just pissed all of your money away with figurines and all this other frivolous dumb shit. I guess they didn't teach him in finances that small costs and small things add up over time.
DSPGaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSPGaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I've banked my money. So regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the two reasons? There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video. Come on! That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game. Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me. It's not my fault. I love it. The other is that the guy
is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
What the fuck? What?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
I fucking miss.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from, that's on every day 10 times a day.
24 hours.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason EvilAJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The element...
This is the dinner that we have for the night. I am glitching, but that is it. So my webcam will be off while I eat because it's, you know, I don't want to be rude and eat on camera, so I will also put up an additional thing saying currently eating, so the webcam's off. Do that real quick like. Oops, wrong thing. Alright, there we go. So I'll place it right there. And I will move this down. Make it visible. There we go. So that way, just in case anyone's like, oh, I can't see you, now you know why.
That are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
EvilAJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it, to the point where a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in, related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh no, I lost views, stop my feet, oh man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay positive, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
So I had actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
I can tell you exactly why he lied about that egregious amount. He wanted to say it was $3,000 because at the time he could very easily go to his audience and be like, hey, I paid $3,000 for this new gaming streaming computer, and it's a piece of shit, so you all should help me with getting back that money by you all donating to my PayPal. That's exactly why he lied about that amount.
We actually paid an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that opposed him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Like, there are people doing walkthroughs of this game and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here. How are people able to jump up here? Look, I can't jump up here. Jump! You won't even jump. Look, jump! You fucking idiot! Okay. Whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
a DSP soundboard,
Cock-a-dookie bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure, no game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form This Is How You Don't Plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games like impulsive hoarding and being a man-child. A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year. I've gotten so much stuff that my condo just can't look at this. Look at this. Look at this!
This is just absolutely horrendous as far as anything else is concerned, in my opinion. Why in the fuck would you keep so much shit? And most of it is just boxes. Okay. Like, I can go on forever about that. But the other thing that was really hilarious to me, that we just passed it, the whole selling of the game cases, thinking that just because he signs the fucking front of the case, it's gonna mean more. Nah, I'd rather have the game in it. I don't need your signature.
Look at the floor. Look at this. It's a fucking hideous mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit, but I don't.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pen Lee, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I gotta go to his house.
Man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him a lesson if you went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit! Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers, so these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content back when he had no money to buy games. He would watch me play the games. That's how he got the idea to make his content.
PewDiePie did in fact like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed. Games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it. Because of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels. The Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began, with DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed. It made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up everybody? Darkside Phil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014.
Oh
and
my
before
God.
everyone says, what on earth is going
I am still like bumfuddled over the fact that he made this fucking video while the alarm was going off in the background. Why I understand that like day one shit was very big on YouTube at the time and still kind of is to this day. But come on, man.
on? You probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched, droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance. The social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan Challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s. Unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What
Can you... okay. I have to back that up. I desperately need to back that up. Hold on. For $1,200... I don't think that there is any game in the entirety of the world, on any console, on any phone, anything like that, that I would ever sink $1,200 fucking into. No, nowhere, none, ever. And the fact that he's just like, oh, well, if you just sink $1,200 into this supercard game, you can get 1,500 title matches and win the event. He is a bigger nerd than any nerd that ever exists. The fact that he loves, like, I like wrestling, not gonna lie. I mainly tune in for the stories nowadays. I don't really give a shit about the matches. But the fact that he would spend that much money on a game where two cards basically bump into each other in a ring is so ridiculous.
Unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet, he was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has. He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discuss the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol. So he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered? You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol. Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC might have forethought a build for him by stating,
"This is how you do ship a PC." We already got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
The price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell? The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle. In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too much to even be documented. There was a nuance to DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration and criticism, especially when, in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
What in the actual flamin' fuck am I hearing? What in the name of hell, man? Alright, let's back that up for just a few seconds. Did he literally just say that he made his parents stay in a hotel instead of letting them stay at his fucking old condo? Did I hear that right? I couldn't have heard that right. That had to have been like a
Also
typo
in
or
December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
You're not even at the Okay, so now we know. I don't give a shit about my parents. Fuck them. That's exactly what he basically did. What?
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car. That's right. I let them take the BMW. So yeah, that's a lot of trust, but I trust my parents. They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel that has a big suite. It's got its own kitchen.
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas. This Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for entertainment was a process that loses its entertainment value. The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. Then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't plays, then those that interact with Phil to try to get a...
My dog apparently says hi. Yeah, I love you too. Go on, get down. Thank you. You've already had your food. You were playing just a second ago and you hurt yourself. Now you're yelling. Is that the way this works? I believe you. Yeah. Calm down. Go play. Go get your toy. Go. Go get your toy. Go. Go get it. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go play with the dog for a second, so, I think it's a good place to take a break on anyway, so... We shall return... We hear you. We shall return shortly.
To know which creek you're in.
Alright, and with that, we are back. Sometimes, whenever the puppy needs attention, he just needs attention, so... Alright, we get to carry on, listening to the more of the eternal downfall of Philip Brunellian.
Rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people. One that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by the
SOK.
Hello everyone and welcome to the SOK cast. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, I'd be more than
What's
happy
going
to.
on, everybody? Fred Fucks again.
And Superior Artist, or Superior Snorez.
This is Renegade Operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
That's okay.
And Carson, right?
Yeah,
Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Loophole572 shortly.
That was the Sons of Kojima podcast. This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment.
Yep.
Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself. But when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they would promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fuck's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Darkside Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil.
7 million?
This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that, once hit, would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said, we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we'd like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also, during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to Machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
Yeah.
My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout?
He has gout?
How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
The back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super... Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
It could have.
Shame on you if you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me. If you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this child.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, and I speak only for myself, but I think anybody who is worth their weight in fucking piss should agree with me that swatting anybody for any reason, never condone it, always condemn it. You should never fucking do that. People literally lose their lives because of that dumb shit. It's not funny. It's not just some troll thing to do. If you do it, you're a despicable piece of shit. And that's exactly where I will stay with that opinion. As far as Phil blaming all of the "this is how you don't" plays and all the other people that troll him for that, no. You can't equate one with the other. Having a troll account with your name on it does not equate to someone swatting you. Never has and never will. And I keep the same opinion that I had then about it that I do now. If you swat someone, you're a piece of shit. You shouldn't do it. Always condemn it, never condone it. But you can't compare making a hate video on you or a dislike video on you or a whatever video on you making fun of you to the same thing.
This shit on YouTube. If you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that this message that the detractors as a whole were at fault was contained to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering, but it's okay because he's lenient. As much as he claims to be, his audience from both sides were not convinced, especially with the troubles on his Patreon.
Sitting in his live chats, he was going to equate to loitering? Is he? Yeah, he has no brain cells. There's not a fucking brain cell in there.
A new milestone goal at $1,250 was Project 7 Rebirth. Quote, "If this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month." Unquote. In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that included the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade it showed that for the month of August he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views.
Damn.
That's why in November he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call.
Oh, good
Then
to see
he
that you're
claims
still
an
here,
anonymous
Metalis.
insider told Phil that this subtraction of views...
I appreciate you just kind of lingering because, yeah, it's good to be watching this with someone instead of me just talking into the ether, if that makes sense. But yeah, thank you for still sticking around, Metalis. You're amazing, bro.
brought him down in the invisible total rankings, and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his Social Blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis. Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals. And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil.
Well, yeah.
On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, alright, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out.
Yeah.
If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unsated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays, and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text.
Yeah.
It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused this falling out.
And for, I don't know if Joon will bring this up, but for the longest time, Phil tried to act like that him and John and Howard, especially him and John, because a lot, and I mean a lot of DSP's audience, whether it be his own or the detractors, both of them absolutely loved John Rambo. Frankly, the dude's a funny guy, and from what I have seen and have heard from various different videos and sources, he is a legit cool dude. The fact, I guess the only blemish in his life and his career of doing anything on the internet is the fact that, unfortunately, he was involved with Darkside Phil, because whether you're doing it nowadays as a... Okay, Metalis. You take your time, buddy. But whether it be nowadays, like with the Kino Casino guys who are doing the whole Phil is king sort of thing, whole King Philip sort of mentality, or if it's back in the day, it doesn't really matter which one it is. having any sort of business relationship, especially like an on-screen business relationship with Phil, does not end well. I'm pretty sure it will come up because in the chapters, the side scrollers is a part of this, but the same thing happened with them. Thankfully, they only had one interaction with him as far as public interactions go, and then that was it. But the Kino Casino guys, I'm not exactly sure where they are. I still firmly sit with that. I think that they're doing a long con with him, but whatever the case is, if they aren't doing a long con and they are indeed wanting to be friends and be, I don't know, have a business relationship with him, I think out of all the people that are a part of it, fucking Andy Worski should know that having any sort of business relationship with Phil is a bad idea. Andy, if you ever watch this, or if you ever come across this in some form, or if somebody clips this and sends it to him, just know that dealing with Phil is along the same lines as shaking hands with Ethan Ralph. And if you don't think that that's the case, you're fooling yourself. They're not exactly the same person, that's for sure. They're both different people who have done different things, but there's one thing that they have in common, and that's they're both lying scumfucks. They will stab you in the back the moment that they get the chance, the moment that it is financially beneficial for them to do so. And if you don't think that that's the case, then I don't know what's wrong with you. But at the same time, I'm thinking that maybe you all are long conning him anyway, because you all have had very specific ways of looking at things and very specific ways of dealing with him, especially during your own shows. So, I don't know. You could have me completely fooled, but who knows? All I'm saying is that if you are indeed trying to kick up a business relationship with him, then you're just dumb. I don't know what else to tell you.
At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call.
Of course he
and
did.
So Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come.
I remember that.
What did
He had a
come
whole
was
falling
something
out
else.
over that. Oh shit! It's the it's the fappening.
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff like scratching his leg. The bombardment of memes and other media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off.
Yep.
Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around, as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
You know every inch of my dick and balls, right?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
Exactly.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything.
A huge wealth of experience / knowledge to draw upon. Yep. Yep, we can agree with that. He's got a huge wealth of experience and knowledge. Apparently, all the experience and knowledge that he has can't save him from financial disaster, couldn't save him from a bankruptcy, and apparently didn't save him from double checking to make sure his fucking camera wasn't on. Right, yeah, you got everything going for you, Philly.
You can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new book meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote.
Exactly.
The source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous, and over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming "this is how you don't plays" for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoy their job.
I'm going to say right now, I absolutely hate his fucking definition of slander. The shit that people say on the internet to him is not slanderous because it's not hurting his reputation. It's not hurting him, well, it's hurting his reputation, but it's not hurting him in any financial way, which is what slander mainly is. It makes it to where you lose out on some sort of financial gain, which is not what people have done to him. There are those who might want to admit to it and say that they did because, you know, I don't think that they understand what slander is either. But the whole point is that that's the main thing for slander is you have to have some sort of financial loss due to things that are untrue and malicious. And that's the main part why slander is so hard to take to court, because you have to not only prove that you had a financial loss, but you also have to prove that it was done maliciously. Because people can pass around information about you that could be wrong, it could be misinformation, but if it's not done in a malicious way, then that's not slander.
And wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new games. Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Luckily, my machinima payment is literally coming through today, unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2. A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil. Calvark or ag. They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh? What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird.
Okay,
what does that
let's
even
bring out
mean?
those medals.
There's some stupid
Great.
inside joke that I don't
Just
understand.
the points for you.
What does that mean? It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into the inclusive circle jerking circle. That made no sense at all. What does that mean? Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh? Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about? It's about one of her Twitter pictures.
And the fact that he supposedly
That's
had no
hilarious
idea.
because that just shows how mind fucked and stupid.
It also shows that, especially if you if you're caught up with nowadays, which admittedly Joon the King doesn't cover what's going on like as of like the last like 4 or 5 months. I think he only no, he just doesn't cover from June on, because he just gets the beginning of this year, I think. But Phil has this thing where he's like, oh, I don't keep up with the detractor shit. I don't know what anybody's talking about. Only to know exactly what people say, or know exactly what the shit is whenever people say it. So it's like, you either know or you don't. Don't pull this attempt at obfuscation and be like, oh no, I have no idea. And then just as soon as someone says, oh, it's dark gout Phil, oh, we'll get detractor meme. Like, how do you know what it is if you're not keeping up with it? And also, going to this one, it's kind of weird to me that your girlfriend at the time would have a Twitter and you wouldn't keep up with the Twitter. I don't understand that part, but
Stupid the people are who do this shit, these detractor idiots, because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside joke they made up for themselves that no one would know anything about at all. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense, and yet it ends up being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking stupid.
I will be right back. Just for a second. Okay, I'm back. I apologize for that. There's still, we still have something, we still have a pork roast going in the oven, and I thought I smelt something burning, and it turns out that it's just build-up from the oven itself. So nothing to worry about.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Panda Lee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, "Oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?" Unquote. Panda Lee then posted the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Panda Lee allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the adpocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue.
Yep.
Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer. And so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique." Unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, "I cannot give all the detail."
And here I thought I was a fucking long-winded dude. That's hella bad. And to not even really get to the point. Jesus.
But in this video, I explain what's going on. Unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various Content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed partnership. This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so Content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panda Lee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panda Lee personally liked on her Black Current account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring. A testament to his detractors' obsession and/or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up, and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a great mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Leveria Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Liberia Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved.
I remember.
While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles and so never changed the oil.
You know, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive. And they never...
this animation's great.
They never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them. That's why, whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So, if that gives you any idea...
He what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years? Why?
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god,
Oh my god! This guy is a living meme! No, it's not. BMW has diagnosis computer in the car, okay?
And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil? What?
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know? This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance. Unquote. Phil...
You went to school for finance and you learned fucking nothing. That's exactly what happened there.
Still in the mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So, that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever.
And that right there is a tell for DSP. Whenever he's like, let me tell you what happened, and then he does this little number where he leans forward and he's looking off. What he's about to tell you is a fucking lie.
Okay. I think, Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from Panda Lee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
So now she's zonked out, she's sleeping, you know, in the room because of, you know, everything. She's still on the pills made her all loopy or whatever. So, I mean, we did, on the way home, I stopped and we got food. We grabbed, like, chicken sandwiches and we just ate them and now she's sleeping. So that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like, oh my God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm going to tell them, you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill, and that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Panda Lee's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that Phil and Panda Lee had broken up some time before the anxiety attack, which is also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so, anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes, Darkside Phil, here's your dedication to Annalise.
In many ways, Phil
so
was
fucking
defeated,
great.
but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike
that
him.
a stone
On his
knife?
Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol, unquote. Prominent detractor accounts
Damn.
took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues, unquote. And Phil did have issues. For 10 years, Phil has had a dream job meant to provide steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near decade-long residence. The stinking fact
hell
was
of
he
a
lost
lazy
far
guy you
more
got
than he
going,
gained,
Phil.
and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone, unquote. It is clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's when people ask
why
if he
would he?
maintains social relationships.
It's
Quote,
never
I
his
talk
fault.
to tons of people on a daily basis. A user then asks,
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. There's a reason why that fucking quote is a meme.
I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working. You realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This is my life, and has been for quite a long time before I moved out here. Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really, unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil, some just want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments. For example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness.
Oh, yeah.
Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial. Then you have those that feel personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This
Which
is
is
where the
weird.
illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in this space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy. But in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing, ailing creator. They were persistently hated within the detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized, and if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid, morally confused, overall an oblivious individual.
I have to say, I didn't really keep up with the whole Sons of Kojima thing. I honestly absolutely refused to have any sort of my own dedicated time to keep up with what the hell they were doing. But the whole point of the Sons of Kojima, like them keeping up with Phil obsessively, is ridiculous. Nobody should ever do that. And the fact that the Sons of Kojima were around as long as they were is not a testament to anything else other than they just were overly obsessed with fucking Phil, and it was dumb. I had only watched one SOK video. Well, no, I've watched 2 SOK videos. I tell a lie. I watched 2 of them, and the 2 that I watched were the interviews with Medicare. That's the only times I ever watched SOK, and I found the weird obsessive nature, especially that Fred Fox had with Phil, to be beyond unhealthy. Like, whenever he says that he was paranoid and whatnot, no shit. The dude was absolutely schizophrenic whenever it comes to that. And they tried to run some kind of weird, like, monopoly on the whole Phil hate too. Like with what he mentioned before, where they wanted everybody who detracted on Phil to demonetize their stuff, never make money, because that somehow held a moral superiority. That makes no sense. And he was just beyond stupid as far as that's concerned.
Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting.
Oh yeah.
And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I guess
Yeah,
if you want to
there you
like
go.
twist,
For the laws.
if you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean, that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the laws. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There are also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not gonna suck a dick for $10 million?
Oh.
Really? You wouldn't suck a dick? You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some mayonnaise for 10 million fucking dollary dues?
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet.
Exactly.
Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you that much?
What the fuck? It's so wrong on so many levels.
Well, there you go. They refused to answer, but if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking of a number. Every one of them was thinking of a number.
Some comments under this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing. That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls. Unquote. On Kiwi Farms, there is a tremendous amount of information, detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's campaign of copyright striking DSP via fan art, and his attempts to regulate the community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a twitlonger about it. It is here that Phil revealed that Pandalee's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Pandalee's brother's wedding. Quote, what did the SOK do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. They actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth. It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? Unquote. After the fall of the sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy, with the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible, and he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues. The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal drip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig. Combined with his ability to remain online and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pigroach.
Pigroach.
His laugh, his sway, his snorts all could be, and some were, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions. Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish, penne means penis. The last item viewers took note in was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice. Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting me. And yes, I do have a drink. Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
That right there lets you know how Phil believes that he is like really high class society, because only millionaires and billionaires will partake in a gin and tonic, those that have money. So dumb.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit. But now, in addition to owing money to credit card companies and the like, he, in September, found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, "We suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSPGaming. Okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes. Please answer all of these questions for us."
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes. He claims the reason behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions, my tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes, all right? I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
The importance of this is now Phil was claiming to owe state taxes since 2014, stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life, meaning that there will no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP tries-it videos like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scrubber video. This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used against him, or even the people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break. I paid her thousands of dollars, or owe her thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's, photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket. They had a history of impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife will livestream her real body and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in my life, okay? I feel like she's my soulmate. I do.
You know, not to be a horrible Debbie Downer here, but with what we currently see happening with DSP, him high and mighty on the whole King Philip sort of meme, and he's riding that, letting his true asshole nature finally shine through and be seen by everybody. I'm assuming probably even his wife at this point. How much longer is it going to be until that ends, and then if he ends up in another relationship, will he say the same shit? This is the best relationship I've ever been in. It was that way with Leanna too, until, that didn't work out, and now this is the best relationship he's ever been in. I mean, I think this might be just a typical human thing, because all humans do that. Oh, well, this is the best relationship I've ever been in, not compared to the other relationships, but just saying. It just seems like that's, that's going to be the case.
Truly do. And I am in love with her, absolutely. She's in love with me. And if she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can probably find a job out here similar or whatever and make income to help immediately. Number 2, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off. Even if Kat did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome. Where this Kat reveal caused relief, the next Kat reveal only brought frustration. What Phil was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day Phil revealed it, OP Seats terminated their contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
So let's talk, because I want to tell you the full story of how I basically obtained sponsorship.
Let me tell you the full story. The same thing that Phil says every time that he's going to give a full story. And the full story that he gives is always a fucking lie.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone. Okay?
Even so, in February, Phil procured a different sponsor but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board are disreputable for their style of function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop-shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what? I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it. It is what it is, guys.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Can you please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
Wow. I'm 11. Deal with it.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
This Pokemon-themed pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion. These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence.
Yep.
This all hardly competed with ongoing events. Relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake, DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration, from the likes of which were rarely, if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slighted PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds as, in not-so-quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil. Like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the Escort saga. But in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looked like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Yeah,
I don't even know.
Yeah,
There was a renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as El Crimson King.
Oh my god, I love
Shit.
Crimson King.
This disc? You see this fucking piece of garbage disc? Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snort compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended assets account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP get a job, unquote. This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible. Phil, opting to continue streaming to a dwindling audience, would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Tutankhamun, or Tut for short. They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage, as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even Tut pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, Tut threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back.
Yep.
This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
Good lord.
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their audience.
Yeah.
While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation, Phil's tactics are more direct.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out this year. Making enough money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully, being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Taxes are always something that are on my mind. I've got tax payments due. My state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April. If I could get through paying the taxes for next year, the federal taxes, their taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs.
Yep.
But also, the donations are disproportionate, as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration, and Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks, receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do so.
I have never noticed that fucking tip link before whenever it came to Phil's streams. I don't think that's there anymore. I'm pretty sure it isn't. Because this is the whole beige couch or whatever fucking thing that he's sitting on era, but it's a really weird tip link. That's all I can
Something
say.
unique. Something no streamer would ever even consider. And that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
All right, it's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950 because every dollar tip I only get 67 cents out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is. Thank you guys.
This was not very...
So, hold on just a second. What?
It's out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is.
Dude, if I was getting $500 tips, not only would I be immediately hitting my tip goal, which is on screen, not only would I already immediately be hitting my tip goal, but I wouldn't be fucking complaining. I don't care how much I would owe. I don't care how much I owed in taxes at the time. What the fuck, dude? What is with the lack of gratitude? Like, there is... The internet is just fucking plagued with so many streamers that get, like, hundreds and thousands of fucking dollars from people who enjoy their content and watch what they do and whatnot, and nobody's grateful for it. They're grateful for it at the time. Like, they will say, oh, well, thank you so much. But they don't give a fuck whenever it comes down to it, especially with shit like that. Oh, well, I got $500 worth of tips today, but I'm only getting 60%. What? It kind of reminds me of whenever Jordy, Wings of Redemption, ended up getting a, what was it? He got like a $300 tip. And then he spent the next like 20 to 30 minutes breaking down how, even though he was thankful for the $300, that he was only getting like like $90 of it or some shit, because he had to take part of it that was going out to Twitch, and then the other part of it that was going to taxes and all that. It's so fucking ridiculous, dude. Oh my god, man. How can you be just so fucking ungrateful for people that actually go out of their way to give you shit? Oh my god, dude. Really? Bro, Metalis, I'm so sorry that happened, man, but it really just drives me up a fucking wall whenever I hear just so many people just being so fucking ungrateful for the shit that they get. Like, like I said, I'm sorry to hear that, Metalis, but here's the thing. Here's what drives me up a wall, right? You don't, as a streamer, and this is coming from me who's doing streaming, nothing that you do in your streaming requires a donation, requires a contribution, requires any fucking thing from anybody other than them just being there and watching the content. There is absolutely no obligation that anybody who watches you is required to give you anything other than that little ping to say that they watched your stuff. So, if you're going to bring up during any stream that, oh, I got $500 worth of tips, but I'm only going to be getting 60% of it. If I had $500 worth of tips right now, it would quite literally do me for the rest of the week. I would be fine for the rest of this week. I wouldn't need to stream for the rest of the week. I would just basically wait until the 500 was gone. But even then, I don't require that from anybody. I don't expect that from anybody. If you're going to give me any sort of contribution, any sort of donation, any sort of tribute, whatever you want to consider it, for doing what I do, then that's on you, and I am 100% thankful and grateful for it, and I will make sure that every bit of it, every dime of it goes to my stream and doing better. But the idea that you're going to spend like any amount of time after you get that generous of a donation, telling the person who sent you the donation about how ungrateful you are because you're not going to get the whole thing is fucking ridiculous to me. I do not get that at all. Sorry, that just it's just a very heated thing for me. I can't stand it, especially since I am a way smaller streamer than like Phil is here. I'm a way smaller streamer than someone like Wings of Redemption. I'm a way smaller streamer than most people on the internet. And if like I have only received in the entire time that I've been doing this $10. I spent the $10 bettering my setup. It wasn't much, but I did what I could, and that's where we are. And even then, I didn't expect the $10. I was thankful for it, and I was absolutely grateful for the person that did it, and I still am to this day. But the idea that you're going to complain about getting $500 fucking dollars in basically free money is ridiculous to me.
But it is. Thank you, guys.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal, so Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top, again stating where all the money would go to.
I said some people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And
oh, trust me, Metalis, I totally get it. And quite frankly, whenever it comes down to that, I would much rather you use the money that you have to improve your own situation than I would for you to ever give that to me. Never in a million years would I ever be like, oh, hey, you're gonna be bettering your living situation? Well, you know what could be even better if you donated that to me? I'm never gonna fucking do that. It just drives me up. It 100% just drives me up a fucking wall to hear people complain about getting free money. It's ridiculous to me.
And so, in the detractor community, wild theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding. But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true. Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
Well, of course and I did 2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that can go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500. But also what people need to understand, which they don't, is that normally I raise tips. And normally tips go to paying bills. So even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally. And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality, it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses.
Of course.
This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response. His answer is buried in this line, 2 words in his 357-word response. Quote, I misspoke, unquote, meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed.
There was no
funds
deception
that I raised for taxes and the like are going towards taxes. Not a dollar, not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a conversation with his mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with 2 decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him.
Yep.
Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, "Took a day off the entire internet. But hashtag ProJared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops." Unquote. Now that ProJared was growing through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-ProJared bandwagon.
Oh, yeah, of course.
After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a long time, in an actual positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of Slander. In a nearly 2-hour video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else, from his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies will not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics.
Exactly.
His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people. But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, "What is my favorite drink? I like White Russians." Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
I got someone I'd like you to meet.
And it's a fucking cat.
Come on up here.
$1,000 to
here,
see
buddy.
a cat.
You want to come up here? You want me to pick you up? Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family. Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today, who has been a part of our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private. Come on up here.
Yeah, because why would you...
Here he is.
Why would you
Ladies
reveal
and
the
gentlemen,
scam
I would like to
before it needs
introduce
to be
you to our
revealed, right?
pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper, but users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did guess that a cat was the thing. A lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat, it's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
On top of this, Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this user-made graph, the day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this graph relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings, a creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions.
Why would you, being him, why would you want to get into an interview with someone who has basically the ins and outs of your online history? Why would you ever do that? Especially if you're in Phil's predicament. I wouldn't care because I'm not a big creator or anything like that. It would be basically just having a conversation with someone, really. But for someone like Phil, who is consistently in some sort of backlash, is consistently in some sort of downfall, whether he thinks it's a redemption arc or not, why would he ever want to spend any sort of time being in any kind of interview that's going to ask the hard-hitting questions? And just like he's about to bring up, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of stipulations that Phil constantly has whenever it comes to interviews. I know with the side-scrollers, he didn't necessarily have any stipulations other than he just didn't want his family being talked about, which, whenever it comes to that, is literally just his wife and the cat. He doesn't like anybody bringing that up. And especially since he spent so much time refusing to take Jasper to the vet whenever he's had some pretty obvious sounding health issues. I mean, yeah, why would you want to be confronted with that?
Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Okay.
You're right. Where did the load go?
Normally, a like to dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The quartering a softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many align with the interview. With that in mind, It's Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's Gundam's video blew the quarterings interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, It's Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another, that virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight. Information spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms. A user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dox of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were...
That's the thing about, like, the thing about the internet is that there are so many, like, would-be and wannabe, like, internet sleuths that at this point, if you have more than one of anything, you may as well just go ahead and come out and say that it's you, because someone's going to figure it out one way or another, especially if you end up getting anywhere near the amount of attention that someone like Phil does, or anyone of that caliber. Like, if you have like 100,000 subscribers, you're basically on that particular list of people who could essentially very quickly get doxed for whatever reason.
Or expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF dog sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your tardians that your main paywall, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. Which, yes, at the time, are aware going to drop a super dox at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate farm dwelling redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior. Lull unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip Piss Baby Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this, and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He's now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad doxy men have done to them is their fault. Not his, because they're stupid and they use his forum, lol fair, and have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can see. Which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF NICD. Docs Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about dirt detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry Jane goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours. As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed. A bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions.
Clanton.
The bankruptcy is far more
out of the kitchen. You know better.
Forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors. In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America. Number 4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card.
Good Lord,
Number
bro.
6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card. Number 7, $8,500 to a Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a different Citibank credit card.
Don't banks somewhat not have, like, a record of this shit? Why would they constantly be delving out credit cards to somebody who owes this fucking much? Or did he just get all these all at once? That's what I'm wondering. Because otherwise, why would they issue out that many credit cards? I mean, I know he has to pay them back, and I guess we could look at it as, well, that's just more money he owes back to them. But at the same time, like, what the fuck? Okay.
Number 9, $15,600 to Citibank. Number 10, $10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace.
Oh, Lord.
Number 13, $3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28. The secured loans with collateral included.
Dude. $100,000 is life-changing for me. So, just the fact that he burned through that, and good lord, bro. Okay.
His car and Washington condo, which was now his only condo. To add to this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum, where if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just a few years of purchasing it.
Yeah.
Instead, he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having virtually no credit, being stripped of what little he accrued and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Level 13 WWE Superstar, introducing down from the rafters.
Oh my god, I was right on it. Oh, these animations.
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush, gotcha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions. It is important to note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage. However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush, of all games, or what's the other one, Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly the game cheats and is not very good, but I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to prove is that the account They Call Me DSP is indeed Darkside Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in.
We're going to get into this whole WWE Champions thing in just a moment. Our roast for tomorrow, I'm assuming now, because it's already 10 o'clock here, almost 11, has done, and I wish to be the taste tester. So, I will be back.
Joel, don't you think that's a little bit too dramatic? Can you give me something with a bit more of a beat? Yeah, that's better.
Sorry about that. I just went ahead and got all my bricks and stuff out of the way while I was taste testing the pork roast for tomorrow. So, sorry for the little bit of an extended wait there, but it was worth it.
Sin, a person that plays the same mobile game. He was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild, unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's guild, would adhere to the detractor demands and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online, streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord, but in other cases it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under the Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Really big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you. Oh my god.
Immediate change of tone, actually.
I'm just, seriously, like there's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right? Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoofed number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
I have nothing to make amends for Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
What this proves is Phil has a Line account, and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies.
Yep.
But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a Line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE Champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of eyewitness sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also a unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to in Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
At this point, one can reasonably deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false.
This is something that I continue not to understand about Phil and about anybody who constantly lies about shit, whether it be habitual, compulsive, whatever the case is, pathological, psychopathical, whatever the reason is you have for lying. At some point, this happens with anybody who tells the amount of lies that Phil does. You end up slipping up and you tell the truth because you can't keep all of your lies in a fucking row. Like what we have seen this entire documentary. Oh, I never did that. I never did that. I've never had that. Even something simple as, hey, what's your favorite alcoholic drink? Oh, I love White Russians. Go to present day. I've never had a White Russian before. What the fuck? Why? I don't know what a line app is. I've never had line app. Well, your number's attached to it. Well, I changed my number. Calls number. Oh, it goes straight to your voicemail. Here's your voice saying it's Phil Burnell. And then, I changed my number. My number's not attached to that anymore. We go to a couple of streams later. Oh, well, they need to contact me. I never changed my number. The amount of lies that there are that can come out of Phil would literally fill up a entire Encyclopedia Britannica set. That is how fucking much he lies. And what I don't understand about it is it takes more time for someone who constantly complains that they don't have time, that they can't do extra work, that they have very, very little, they have absolutely no desire or very little time or desire or effort to put into their own work. Their own work. I put that in quotes for those of you who are just listening. Why lie so much then? Because there's more effort and more time in coming up with the lie and maintaining it than there is just telling the fucking truth. And now here recently, he's finally jumped into this whole King Philip thing, and now he's actually streaming WWE Champions, basically doing blue stacks and making up a new account and everything else to do it. And they're starting to, I do believe that the last I had seen, they cut him off from actually buying anything extra from the actual app because of the fact that he's got two different accounts. And I think even in their TOS it says that you can't have multiple accounts. You can only do it from one. So that's going to last for as long as it's going to last, which isn't going to be that long if that is the case. And somebody can easily forward that to them and they can do whatever. I'm not condemning or condoning it, just saying that's what very easily could and probably will happen. But for someone who doesn't want to do any extra effort in anything, he puts a lot of extra effort in fucking telling lies. And it's always a different lie. It can be about the same thing, but the lie is always different. And I don't get it. I don't understand it. If you put as much effort into your own work as you do the lies that you tell all the time, you would be fucking more than a success.
This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 122A, the monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month.
Yeah,
What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, "Do you believe it's incorrect/possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months?" He responded with, "It's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include."
Once again, I did nothing wrong, I did everything correct. Got to obfuscate, got to pass along the buck. I didn't do anything wrong, the fucking attorney did it wrong.
And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court. Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper.
Yep.
There's also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They called me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They call me DSP, so the Gun Show 87, so now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollbly.
Down the Raptors was the last name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
Hey, Kat.
In 2018, I
things
quit.
are going pretty well. I am currently watching a Joon the King documentary on YouTube. It's about It's about DSP, who's an old school, like early internet guy. A lot of drama and shit that goes around him, basically. But that's what's going on. That's all that's been going on. And that's all I'm doing right now. But this is it's pretty fun so far. It's basically just listening to a dude who lies about everything, and then the lies that he tells getting brought up and overanalyzed and thrown back at him. Essentially, that's basically been his career on the internet so far. One of the early Let's Players, if you're curious to look him up. But that's what we're going over right now. Yeah, it's a little interesting to explain who DSP is. We're already almost through we're almost through the documentary as it is, but yeah, that's the main thing about it, is pathological liar, that you get to analyze the lies and see why they're lies and why he tells on himself. That's the most interesting part, is that he actually tells on himself.
All mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. They're all. I keep telling you guys this. Mobile games are money sinks. You'll put money into it, you put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter. Quit all those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first, and then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cards.
Far more.
And this is all coming from an admitted mobile game addict, by the way. He is an admitted mobile game addict, and he still plays it to this day. Has, as of now, accepted the whole WWE Champions thing. He actually streams the mobile game on his streams. So after quite literally spending I think it was 3 or 4 plus years that he spending 3 or 4 plus years saying that he doesn't play them anymore. And
captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
He's in your office with you?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
Yeah.
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend.
Well, it's the thing. He at one point did say that he played the game. It was basically early 2017, I think, is when, or 2017 or 2018. It's one of those two. It's a few years ago now. But he at first said that he did play it because someone in one of his streams asked, outside of doing gaming streams, what games do you play? And then he brought up mobile games, and at first he said that he played it. Then what happened was he had a major thing, which is what Joon the King is currently going through in this documentary, where he had a bankruptcy filing. And he claimed in that bankruptcy that he was spending somewhere between $5,000 to $9,000 a month on business expenses alone. However, he claimed that the entirety of his business equipment was only about $1,500. So, major discrepancy there. On top of that, being a video game streamer, the only thing that you would really need to spend money on would be, well, the video games that you play. And I don't know of anybody that would need to spend anywhere near $9,000 or $5,000 on games. But the whole thing is that people started keeping track of his business expenses and of how much money was going into this particular game that he at first claimed that he played and then said that he stopped playing. and someone was keeping track of his account. And apparently he was sinking somewhere between $300 to almost $1,000 into this game alone with microtransactions. So, based off of that, they started putting two and two together and figuring out that maybe, just maybe, the expenses that he was having was literally him sinking all this money into this mobile game. Of which, for the longest time, it very much was a money claim. And for the longest time, he claimed that he had completely foregone mobile games. He doesn't play mobile games anymore, blah, blah, blah. And that he wasn't spending all this money in this particular game. However, as of now, like starting just the beginning of August, well, no, actually, I tell a lie. Starting just like the last 2 weeks of August, he has more or less admitted that he does play the mobile game, that he is playing WWE Champions, and that the account that people suspected was him is indeed him. And he is even now dedicating, I think, like Fridays and Saturdays, maybe just one of those days, to streaming the mobile game on his actual gaming stream. So it's basically went from telling a lie about it for years and years and years and years and years to finally not only admitting it, but now embracing the idea of, yeah, I lied to you, now we're going to play the game. And no offense to this guy, I don't really care if he takes offense or not, but whenever it comes to this particular person, he's not very savvy whenever it comes to understanding games. Like, for example, everybody who's ever played Super Mario knows that the A button jumps and the B button throws fireballs whenever you have it, right? Or holding the B button lets you go faster. That's just par for the course of Super Mario. He could play something like Super Mario, and he would not only not understand those simple things, but he could indeed play like the first level, like literally level 1-1 of the original Super Mario Brothers, and wonder why he's not running faster by holding the A button. Whenever everybody knows it's B button. So, given that track record, for most games, that's how he is with everything. There is just particular game mechanics that he just doesn't understand. But with this particular mobile app, the very first stream that he did on it, it was kind of like watching someone play through a game that they have literally veteraned. Someone who's like a 10-year pro. Like, he would explain things like almost to a walkthrough level of how they work. Whereas with anything else, he just couldn't do that. So it holds credence to the idea that he has played this game religiously for a long time.
Call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call.
Oh my
so
God.
I think that's the problem.
60 people?
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network?
WWE
Oh,
Network.
WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service for watching, professional wrestling. That is not business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. But it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh, no.
It's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be, the cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction.
Once again, if that is all that the business expenses pertain to, there is no way in any sort of fashion you should be spending five grand on it. Pardon me 1 second. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry, I got instructions on... I was given instructions on how to put our dinner away, because they have to be put away very specifically, so... Knowing my brain, I had to clarify a few times, so...
Within a video game, cost of a piece of new equipment, maintenance on-set equipment every month.
None of that equals up to $5,000.
The internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of, utilities necessary for the business.
That's,
cost of cell phone for the business.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated.
Oh yeah, whenever it comes to the whole history of DSP and everything else, Joon the King on YouTube is one of the best people to watch, in my opinion. Very good documentarian. But yeah, as we go on, and this is just one of the more hyped up sections of this particular documentary, it gets wild. Trust me, it really gets wild.
Making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on.
What followed was a few seconds of silence. Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations, and so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
It's so great.
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure.
Yeah.
Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year, it's been persistent.
Yep.
This is where a different archiving tool helps. PigPigGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos. The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And
Which
if we
is
type
just so
invest
neat.
with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the Hyde character. I mean, come on. People are saying, I should look for the vest? Oh my god. I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet if I still have it. I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I just couldn't find the I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was. It was right there in the closet.
The vest is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing at detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. Doesn't matter. Anyway. If we hit the tips goal, I'll wear the vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that? See how stupid this shit is? The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too. Like, it's insane. Like, wow. They just pull stunts.
I don't think that I've ever encountered any streamer. I'm not even going to limit it to Twitch. I don't think that I've ever encountered any streamer who would wear a silly outfit and bounce on one foot for $1,000. Now, that's not to say that there isn't people out there that would do that. I'm pretty sure that there are. Hell, if I got $1,000 right now, I would try to stand on my head and do a spinneroonie if that was the case. But that's not to say that I'm going to make that a goal. I don't think that I would ever even attempt to make that a goal. But you as we will see, he claims that this is like the dumbest thing in the world, but it's something that he ends up doing for like several months, almost a year, I think.
Stunts constantly on a stream, and people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy stunt.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential of earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go.
It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so.
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we get the tips
We're not going to incentivize it. He says that, but later on, we're going to incentivize it. I promise you.
goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every day.
If only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gets us to $106 in tips. We have reached vest streak number 13.
We're on an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63. We're currently at vest streak 96. Gents, we continue with a 126 vest streak. We are very closely approaching the 150 vest streak. We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal 138 straight streams. Holy shit, thank you, guys.
What Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet. If the stream hits $100, he will put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about another 10 minutes, so.
I was going to say, I don't think he ever hit 200 with the vest streak, because I remember essentially the section of YouTube that cares and the section of Twitter that cares. Whenever this happened, I remember whenever the vest streak finally came to an end, and I don't know if it ever really happened again. This is going to be brand new for me as far as archival information goes. But I remember, not very vividly, of course, but I remember when the whole vest streak ended. It ended up being like this thing where I do believe he like sat in his chat. Like, he ended his stream, but he stayed in the chat for, like, almost 30 more minutes. And waited to see if someone would drop the extra money that was needed to hit the next vest streak. And it just never happened.
So, no lie, unless we hit the tips goal within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179. Albert Aponte took $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tips goal.
The vast streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside a stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding.
Oh, wait, he did go
like,
over.
I'm done. Okay. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So, I don't know why people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13. While viewers had pulled through a few times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vest streak going so that I could actually afford both new consoles and everything.
And so I was wrong. He did go over 200. He just never hit 300. He did keep it going for, as you can see, 276 streams. So, I mean, that's not bad. Can't really complain on that.
Now it's over. So.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion. All right, I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said, if you hit a...
I'm wondering, like, I've actually wondered this from the first time that I've heard him say this. You think that's like a sneak diss at his wife, saying that it's a fucking stupid idea? Or is the idea just inherently dumb no matter who says it? That is, I think, a better question. But to me, it just, I don't know. Like, if you suggest something and someone immediately says that's stupid, I don't know. I guess that's just all perspective.
A tier 2 tip skull. Here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This is her 100%. This was her suggestion. All right, you ready?
Knowing Phil's track record, it wasn't her suggestion. It was actually his. It was something that he thought up, but he decided to push the blame on someone else. But it's just knowing Phil's track record here.
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tip skull. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Alright, Darkside Phil. It's Kevin.
Oh no, it's the Kevin Nash cameo.
Stupid and embarrassing.
It's
But
the Kevin Nash
my wife
cameo.
said,
okay,
if you hit a tier 2 tip skull,
I don't know why.
here's what you should do. You guys ready for this?
To 3 hours.
This is her 100%. This was her suggestion. All right, you ready?
Or did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tip skull. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Alright, Darkside Phil. It's Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus Christ. I mean, you spent $40,000 on the WWE Championship mobile game, went into bankruptcy for half a mil, you play video games all day long while your wife works her ass off, you masturbated on YouTube, live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag. When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Oh, no.
Darkside Phil, what the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Darkside Phil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost, spending 40 grand on WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game, embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going...
Oh, have you never heard of Cameo? So Cameo, I don't even know if it's still a thing anymore. I believe that it is. It might not be. But Cameo was this particular... It was like a website / donation thing. And basically what would happen is you would have celebrities who would go on there. And we're talking like anyone from like Hollywood celebrities on. And a lot of well-known celebrities, especially in the professional wrestling sphere, would go on there. And basically what would happen is if you had $1,000, you could donate it to Cameo. Cameo would then donate it. Cameo would then play like the middleman and would give it to one of these celebrities. And you could have them basically tell a custom message. Like you would write out a script and they would tell that message through video form, and you could basically keep it forever. It ended up being a thing that they would send to you and then as a video file, and then you could do whatever you want with it at that point. There were people who were so dedicated to crapping on Phil that they would pay Cameo. Cameo would then reach out to people like Kevin Nash, people like Jonathan Coachman, people like Jim Cornette, and all these other like big time wrestling names, and they would just basically read out this script, and they would just take a dump on Phil over it. And that's the reason why I find it so funny, is just because I recognize these people, because it may not be like completely obvious, but I grew up with professional wrestling in my household. Me and my brother were basically hardcore nerds whenever it came to it. And I still keep up with wrestling a little bit today. I'm mainly there just for the storylines. I don't really care much for like the matches or anything anymore. But I just like to see the storylines and see what's going on there. And yeah, so I'm recognizing some of these people. Kevin Nash, of course, is a big late 80s, 90s, early 2000s name in wrestling. Jonathan Coachman was kind of big around that time too, but he wasn't a wrestler. He had a license and everything, but he was more of a announcer / commentator. And then the one before him was also a wrestler. So people would do these cameos and just give them information on Phil and just write out a little script for them to read, and then they would have liberties to say whatever they wanted with it. But the cameos would usually be somewhere between 30 seconds to like a minute and a half, so 30 to 90 seconds of just talking. So it really just all depended on how much you paid and what you put in the script that they would, and then they would just essentially make the video for you.
500 grand, 500 large in debt? Embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side. His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Like I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Like with most donators with the intent to troll Phil, Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did, so unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus, why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PW Dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter who you or how big of the audience it is that you give information like that to. That is 100% doxing. He took personal information that was given in some confident capacity to him, and then he immediately handed it over to other people. In this case, he handed it over to his moderators. Just as another FYI, for the longest time, Phil said that he didn't have a Discord, and he didn't have a secret Discord server that he spoke to his moderators in. Of course, that also turned out to be untrue, as we have just now, learned.
Group. With this information, a rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous or Anony for short, was in talks with QB4 members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and prove Phil had doxed PW Dubs.
Sugar.
But Phil was catching on. Now in 2021, this came to a head mid-March.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats, like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to Dark Side Field leaks. I mean, Dark Side Field docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this and Anonymous' departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
The doxing, the Discord, and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction.
What are you doing?
Anonymous, in his post, made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in his small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dub censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous' full censor against PW Dub's partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of a streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous' alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation they had. Like, it's like so much stuff in this vortex. It's crazy. It's like so many.
With Anonymous' image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that! There's some kind of a glitch. Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell? Apparently, something just happened very bad, is what happened, guys. Apparently something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
No, this is whenever he lost his Twitch partnership. That's exactly what this is.
It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away. Permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch.
Like, Piece of Peace, I'm not gonna talk shit on anybody as far as that goes. Like, if you're that dedicated to archive stuff, then more power to you. I, however, will say that I would never dedicate that much time to anything else other than my own work. That right there is like phenomenal as far as just the dedication itself. Like, good on him.
Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because they canceled it.
Phil, on May 6, nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips. Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage, because I don't even know what's going to happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not for all the work that I did last month. After
See, now... Oh, his partnership was revoked because he, in a couple of his streams, if not more, he insulted a lot of people, essentially used a lot of slurs whenever it comes to people's race and their intelligence. So Twitch got rid of him. And the people that reported it essentially clipped each of the ones and sent it over to Twitch themselves. So whenever they reviewed it, it turned out that he had said a lot of stuff that he shouldn't have said, and there went the partnership. However, what I was about to allude to is this is another one of not only just Phil. Whenever I do these things, I also like to kind of psychoanalyze as far as people that are like him. So whenever you got someone who is a pathological liar, someone who constantly goes into catastrophe mode whenever something happens, he used the suspension of his partnership from Twitch to not only go over to YouTube and stream there from basically that point on, but he was using his departnership as a way to continue to manipulate more people to donate more than what they probably should to him. Now, if you openly donate to people, that's fine. It's your money. Do what you want to with it, but the means that some people will go to in order to get a little bit of just an extra dollar out of people is pretty sick, and it can be pretty disgusting as we go on. But this is one of those things that Phil has a track record of doing, and we've seen throughout this documentary that that's the case. But specifically for this moment, he milked it really hard, like for all the way up until he did finally officially move over to YouTube, which was at the end of that month, I think. So or it might have been a little later. I'm not entirely sure on the timeline, but I know at some point later he moved over to YouTube, streamed on YouTube from then on, and up until that point, he constantly brought up, "Oh, I got these bills, I got this mortgage, I got this, I got that. I need you all to help me hit my tips goal every single time. So I need $100 to $200 every stream. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to pay these bills that I have." But as Joon the King just went over, just in tips alone, he's making over $5,000. So I'm not entirely sure what bills he needs to pay that's over $5,000 over and over and over again throughout the week, but it is what it is, I guess. But even then, I mean, I live in Oregon right now. I'm just a state down from where he is, and I can tell you that if I was making $5,000 a month doing whatever it is that I'm doing, my bills are paid for with the first stream. Especially if I was making like over $5,000 a stream, I would be done as far as needing money to pay my bills. With $5,000, my rent would be done, my power would be done, my internet would be done for 2 months. I'd be totally fine. If his tips was cut off, his bills wouldn't be. Yeah, that's basically was the narrative. Was that because the narrative for him was Twitch is. Oh yeah, like at this point, not at this point. At this point, the debt's already cleared because he's already went through bankruptcy and all of his debt is wiped. He doesn't have any debt. But during this time, because the bankruptcy was already done, he claims that his mortgage was what the debt was. Mortgage, car payments, and then utilities. Because he can't say that he's spending a lot on groceries because, I'm assuming we'll eventually find out, he doesn't really buy a lot of groceries. He actually does a lot of Grubhub and a lot of DoorDash, essentially getting meals from restaurants, not exactly getting groceries.
They're losing my partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month. I have no other income apparently because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes and the stuff for the rest of the month. As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well.
Oh yeah, that's something that I have forgotten in this rigmarole of money that he's missing out on. He's also, once again, those sneaky back taxes that he keeps bringing up. Oh, I need money for the mortgage, I need money for my utilities, I need money for the bills, I need money for them back taxes that I owe.
Pay my mortgage.
Even though the bankruptcy went through, but I don't think bankruptcy actually covers business as far as taxes go. I think they end up labeling that as something completely different. But whatever the case is, he's using the taxes as an excuse.
Saturday. Please support this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow. For my mortgage, so if you can, please support.
That was Phil, throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week, unquote. This vagueness will no longer fly. On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making is ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0. Yeah, because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and maybe get out of this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day.
You know what? I'm going to let that slide for right now because, yeah, I'm just going to let that slide. Otherwise, I'm going to get a little too heated.
Take a break. Fuck it.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine. I'll sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat.
No, you didn't say anything bad. You're totally fine. What I was commenting on was his comment about taking a break. And he said that, oh, well, I need to get up and use the bathroom, and I need to get up and move out of this chair for 20 minutes so I don't get blood clots. It's just something about that blood clot comment that I was about to just explode over, but I decided to let it go. I meditated silently. I decided to let it go.
Sweat disgustingly on the stream because I'm wearing this vest. All right. It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice, since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes, if we could hit the tips goal. I would really appreciate that. All right, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force to me $1.30. He says, don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid. Seriously, that's because you're stupid. If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being
Okay. Sitting in this office and sweating profusely requires $50 extra. This is why me and a lot of people, trust me, Kat, you are 100% you are 100% blessed to not be familiar with this person if you're not already familiar with them. Phil, unfortunately, has the prime is the prime definition of someone, as far as streaming goes, that I cannot stand. Phil is one of those people who, yeah, I love the investigative part. The investigative part is amazing and nice. But as far as Phil goes, he is one of those people that I can't stand as a streamer because he's never grateful. Absolutely never grateful. Not in any sense of the word. He's never grateful whenever it comes to what he gets. If he were to get $500 every time that he turned the camera on, he would need $500 more to speak. That's basically the way it is for him. It's never enough. And he's never grateful for what he gets, ever. There was a time, and Joon has already kind of moved past this particular point in time, I think. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But there is a point in time that Phil ended up getting $1,000 before Christmas. From a single tipper gave him $1,000, and they used the pseudonym of Santa Claus, and basically was like, here's $1,000, Merry Christmas. Phil, at the time that the $1,000 dropped, he was adamantly thankful. I use that in quotes. Adamantly thankful for the $1,000. Now, by the time that the next stream happened, which was quite literally the very next day, once again was back to, hey guys, I know I got $1,000 last stream, but it would be absolutely great if I got another 200. We need another 200 by the end of the stream. Like, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, I know a lot of people, especially now that in at least the YouTube sphere, Phil has got this kind of resurgence of quote-unquote popularity. And a lot of people look at it as, oh, well, he's a businessman and he's running a business. Businesses have to make money every day in order to be sustained. I get that, I guess. But at the same time, businesses, whenever they get so much money, have incentives to the people, like give incentives to the people that are giving them money. Phil doesn't do that. Phil literally believes that the incentive of, I'm going to put on a piece of clothing, or I'm going to put your name on the screen. Right. But, like, his incentives are, I'm going to put your name on the screen. You're going to be on the leaderboard for the rest of the stream, and therefore that's the incentive for you to give me more money. And I don't get that. I don't get that at all. And he claims that incentive is supposed to be enough for people to give him more money, and I don't understand it. But he's completely ungrateful to his audience, also in the fact that if he goes, let's say he does a stream for all day, and this dude, by the way, streams like 8 hours a day. Like, literally, he'll do a morning stream that lasts 4 hours, and then he'll come back and do an evening stream that lasts 4 hours. He does he literally streams about 8 to 9 hours a day. He will come back if he's like at a stream that he's gone through 7 hours and he's only made like $12. He will quite literally just take a shit all over his audience because of the fact that they don't give him money. Like, he'll be like, oh, I don't know what's wrong with everybody. There's over 200 people here, and I'm not getting any money. I don't understand what the problem is. Like, it is quite literally right along the same lines of people who will stream for the exact same amount of time, and they'll look at the people in their audience, and they'll be like, oh, you've been here over an hour. I don't see why you can't give me $5. Like, it infuriates me to no end whenever people are like that, especially streamers are like that with their own audience. And yeah, it does seem abusive because it is. It honestly is. It's no different than if you were friends with someone or if you were in a relationship with someone and you were in the same room with them for longer than 30 minutes and they're like, well, you've been in the same room with me for 30 minutes. I don't know why I didn't, get a hug from you. It seems like you don't fucking love me no more. It's along the same lines. And it infuriates me to hear that. Right. And that's called being humble. Whenever you do that, that's being humble. Like, I have said and will continue to say now until the day that I decide not to stream anymore, that anytime anyone wants to give me money, I'm not going to say no, but I'm also not going to tell you to do it. Because I feel like that if I am given any sort of money that is, for any reason really, that it's not necessarily that I need it, and you might be hurting yourself by doing so, because I don't know what you're going to need that money for in the future. And if you end up giving me like your last $10 and it turns out you need that $10 for something that you absolutely needed, I'm going to feel like shit because I literally took the last $10 from you. Even though you willingly gave it to me, I still took it because you gave it to me and I accepted it. So but that's being humble. It's being thoughtful. That's the way that you should be as far as being a streamer or any sort of content creator is concerned. You should feel that way. You shouldn't feel like you absolutely deserve something just because you're sitting in front of a camera. It's a mindset that I personally can never get into because I'm just not that way. I'm not that kind of person. Yes, he is still on YouTube. To this day, he's still on YouTube. He's still making content. He's still streaming. He still does YouTube Live, yeah. Every day except Thursdays, because Thursdays are his day off. He's on YouTube and he does live streams every day except for Thursdays. So, if you ever want to if you ever want to have courage enough to go into one of them, good luck. You'll have to be subscribed to him for at least a day ahead of time if you want to talk to him. And even then, you might not be able to, so. But you can see the same sort of thing. Right now, he's got this weird king thing going on that he's leaning, to be honest, he's leaning more toward his true nature, in my opinion, which is being a total asshole. But he decides to wear a crown and pretend to be a king instead, so.
Incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole. And I mean that. Like, I mean, how dumb can you be? I might as well just fucking, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What are you, dumb? Yes. If you don't understand the difference between, let's purchase a hat that's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something. You don't get the difference? You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself. And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun. Where did it go? What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared. Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy. But he had a big-ass gun I wanted. And I didn't get it.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example. I want you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
The taste of vanilla magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
The top 3 comments on this video read, quote, "The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him. What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at." Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America, using their telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem and you're part of the issue, and you are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well. So
this event would be known as the bank leaks. Charted, graphed, and described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
Over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft, a federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that, this was happening.
At this same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious.
Yeah.
And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts. Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions.
Yep.
These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions.
That is $44,000. Almost 45 grand on a mobile game alone. No, this particular thing, as we come to find out, did happen. I'm pretty sure in this section he will bring up that Phil admits to it, that it was his bank account. For the longest time after these leaks happened, he claimed that these aren't his bank, that this information that people have isn't his. But it wasn't until early last year, early last year, that he finally admitted that, the banks were his. The bank leaks were his. And he has redoubled down on that as of this year. I think as of the past couple of months, he has said that these bank leaks are indeed his. So he has quite literally spent almost $45,000 on a mobile game. Let that sink in.
These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vet streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction, and that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster. This was not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But there is one streamer that, forgot to turn off the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know, have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
No, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Burnell. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dank, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices."
Good lord.
Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole.
What? What? I need a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna back that up. Someone slept with Phil's sister-in-law? Oh, wait a minute. I need to go back. Oh, I'm gonna go to the beginning. Oh, hopefully this will clear it up, Cat.
Kiwi Farms. Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Burnell. She had a container of..."
Okay. Dude meets with a chick. They go to a hotel room. She has a panic attack. They start talking. She starts talking about her sister. Her sister is with Philip Burnell. Philip Burnell is the guy that's in this video, DSP. That's his name. Yeah, he even says his name in his own fucking videos and everything, so that's not me, saying anything that he hasn't already said publicly. Okay, so this woman's sister is with Philip Burnell. Okay.
Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dank, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices. Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here, we're gonna name Phil! Yay, let's name him! The Christian begins. You're gonna look up at you like, huh?
Oh dear.
Heck yeah. You are now Phil, and you fill fills one purpose. It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons. To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach. Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
I'm gonna get gold out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, unlike any other content creator, mock Phil.
I think the good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible.
Damn. Well, I mean, you're not wrong, I reckon.
Which, I'm gonna be honest. At this point, I literally can't tell if it's an act and he's just really committed. I can't tell.
How'd you even do that? But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
All right. Yes. Now that is 100% accurate. For like this person who only just recently got introduced to DSP, and that is 100% accurate. There is a reason why, and I have said this like 4 times this stream already, I'll say it a 5th. There is a reason why the quote of I did nothing wrong, I did everything correct is a meme that circles around DSP, and that is anything bad that ever happens around him, to him, about him is never his fault. He never does anything wrong. It's always someone else to blame. That is a 100% meme that is 100% accurate whenever it comes to DSP. Nothing's ever his fault. He could burn his own dinner because he put the burner up too high, and it would not be. That is a very narcissistic trait. Yes, that is actually textbook narcissism. Narcissism 101. But he could burn his own dinner. He could turn the burner up too high. Dinner burns black. And it would not be because he put the burner up too high. It would be because the stove actively made a conscious choice to get too hot. That would literally be the thing. Or it would be, oh, well, the food that I got apparently is just not good quality food. It can't handle that heat, so it burnt. It would never be because he himself just burnt the food for negligence or whatever the case was. It would always be something else. And that's not a lie. It would be the burner made a conscious choice that it wanted to burn his food, or it would be the quality of the food is just too low and it couldn't handle the heat. So it would be something like that, and that's not an exaggeration.
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these? A bunch of little balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Are we making like a...
There's... Huh?
like a excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
I see.
While the VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
Oh, and just as for anybody who goes and looks up that video, I saw Phil on stream do this particular puzzle live. He literally spends, I think, nearly 45 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, picking up each one of those balls one by one, carrying them into the other room. Even though the way to solve it is just on, is just right there, right out in the open view. He doesn't think about that, because throughout most of his playthrough of this particular game, he didn't even know there was a construction mechanic. He didn't know that you could put stuff together and build things out of them. He never used it. He didn't even think that he didn't even know it was a thing until toward the end of the game. So, lets you know how much he pays attention.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
This, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many more to come, because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is, within 10 years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things, right? You watch my podcast, you can come to a React event, you could see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this React was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact,
once again, we get back to this whole thing of my audience doesn't fucking support me, which you would wonder why. Like, you really have to wonder why, huh? Why is that? Why don't people support you, bud? You're doing good out there, champ. I don't understand what the problem is.
in fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword. Slowest. This is very important because typing it into PigPigGo shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support, and it's always my slowest night, you know? In conclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had in months. The Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there.
exactly is slowest being used, I wonder? Could it be with money?
Report of the stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it'd be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Obviously, I want to finish it, but I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
He then goes on to say, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
Yep.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his phone was a rather familiar-looking layout.
Oh, there's WWE
As was quickly
Champions.
pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in their misplaced trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know.
That is extremely fucking ironic coming from you, Phil. That is hardcore, neck-breaking irony. My skull is shattered from the irony that is just pumped into my brain from you saying that statement.
You have to be a moron. I'm sorry. I mean, how dumb can you be to not understand that being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do? Oh my God, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with you. I'm not gonna ever lie to you and tell you things that aren't true, because I'm not that kind of person. But for some people, that's not good enough, I guess.
The truth. I work for more
Whatever.
Clinic. I
Fuck
came
those
here to
people.
help you.
We know you're spreading.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy files remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to overrepresent them and paint the detractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism. And this is coming from someone who has it. Because I've got a low level of autism. Asperger's, which formerly called as that is.
And I think I donated it because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird, like this is someone I've known. I don't really know, but this is someone I've known. The only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense, and I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble, and I should help him out, you know?
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his entire fanbase. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators, but consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400.
I followed a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them with not even a subscription. I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so just now I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite Gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil will try to make Gamer Jay Lee seem uncredible.
It's about me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and...
Oh my god. That's another thing that Phil likes to do, and that's another thing that is a major pet peeve of mine, is that if you make fun of Phil, you never just make fun of Phil. You make fun of Phil and you make fun of his family, somehow, some way. I don't know how that works. If someone says Phil is dumb, that's not saying Phil and his entire family is dumb. That's two entirely different statements. So I don't understand how one equals the other. But he does that a lot. Does that a lot. It's never just someone made fun of me. It's always someone made fun of me and my family. So therefore they're worse because they made fun of your family.
He's regular in detractor circles and all that, and I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil, those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff.
Okay, so, Kat, this is something else that you're not going to be familiar with, just because you're one of the blessed few that don't know much about DSP. DSP has a very interesting trait, I guess we'll say. He claims that all of the bad stuff that's ever said about him are told to him by third parties. But the truth is that there has been obvious things, like just within the past month. So just like a lot of this stuff isn't, a lot of the like most recent stuff isn't covered in this documentary, unfortunately. But as of August, like just throughout the month of August, I can't really pinpoint a date without going and looking it up exactly. But within the month of August, he has basically told everybody that all of the bad stuff that goes on about him, all of the detractor stuff, he keeps up with. He actively, during his breaks and during his days off, he will spend good sections of that time looking up what detractors say about him. And he will claim that all of the stuff that's given to him is through third parties. And a lot of the times, much like Gamer Jay Lee here, who used to be a mod, a lot of the times he will blame his mods for the information he gets. But here recently, as of this year, up until August, he was claiming that it was his fans. So just people in his chat would bring up this stuff and point him in the direction of these things. But in actuality, he looks up all of this detractor stuff. That's the reason why he's aware of all of the memes that are about him. It's the reason why he's aware of all the rumors that's going on, because he looks it up himself. And much like the narcissistic thing, he never wants to say it was him that looked it up. He says it was someone else. So that way, if something does come back that could be considered negative, it can't be placed on him because he didn't go out and search for it. It was just brought to him. But in actuality, he goes and looks it up himself.
That are great, you know, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged ones. And I gotta say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination, even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people.
And that's another thing that I myself am openly going to say. You can call me a detractor of Phil's if you want to. I really don't care. I'm not like so involved in Phil as a person that I do anything that any of his other detractors have done, which is essentially do all the things that were just mentioned. I don't bother to reach out to try to dox people or anything like that. And I definitely don't condone anyone that does that. So it doesn't matter who you are in that regard. If you reach out and attempt to do life ruination, or you start doxing people around people that you don't like, I'm not going to condone anything that you do. I completely condemn that sort of behavior. So don't think that just because I happen to be responding to this and I don't like Phil that I am supporting anything that they do, as I don't. As far as like Snort Burnell is concerned, because he was brought up, like those content creators, the one that literally take what he says and then compare it to what he says later, or compares it to what he said in the past, and essentially expose how often he lies, those I like. Those are fun to watch, and a lot of them have very interesting ways of editing and stuff that make it fun and make it funny, and it just makes it interesting to see how often Phil likes to lie. However, if you're going to go out of your way to try to do something along the lines of swatting or doxing whenever it comes to Phil, I feel the same way about that than I do Phil himself. I completely condemn it, and you shouldn't do it. It makes your behavior more gross than him, and that is saying something.
And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the Side-Scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of ScrewAttack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring Darkside Phil to his knees crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are insane. Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens, unquote.
What?
And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, starting Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the hosts are appreciative of Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were
But are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Make this quick. All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
That's right, she's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself, stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on?
Yeah, what
expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month? Geez. Your mortgage, because if you work from home, I guess that's part of it.
Your mortgage? Your mortgage is part of your business expenses? It doesn't matter if you're working from home. Your mortgage has nothing to do with your business.
I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business. Correct?
Hold on. Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are? You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff? I mean, like...
Specifically? No, I don't.
How is that possible? How do you... Okay. Like... That's the thing that ends up just being like the mind break. Is you've been doing this for 17 years. But like, okay, you have a small business. How long have you been doing your small business? Okay. Alright, you can write off where it takes place. That makes sense. Sure. But you don't... Okay, so you've been doing it for officially 2 years. He's been doing his business for 17. And he still doesn't know what his tax write-offs are. He doesn't know what you need to give to the state or to the country or whatever the case is. He doesn't know what you need to give to the government. Well, yeah, I know that part. I know if you have like an office or whatever, you can actually write off certain square footage of your house. No, according to Phil, he has never done his own taxes. According to Phil, he has always paid someone else to do them. So, I'm not sure how the hell that works, to be honest. But
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, including, like I said, cost of video games.
No, not TurboTax. He does not go through like a free means of doing his taxes. According to him, and he has mentioned this earlier in this documentary in particular, but it's also mentioned elsewhere, is that he has a dedicated tax person. It changes every time that the thing comes up. Sometimes he says attorney, sometimes he says lawyer, sometimes he says tax guy. But it's one of those three things, but he says that he always pays someone else to do the tax stuff for him. But he's never done something like TurboTax. I've done TurboTax, and TurboTax is the simplest thing in the world, and even Phil won't go through the effort of doing that. He has to basically hire someone to do all of the paperwork and everything for him. Like, he can't even take a picture of his own like W-2s or whatever, or his 1040s or whatever the case is. He won't do that himself. He has to have someone else do it for him.
Cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games, cost of internet.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Mm-hmm. Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Rafters account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Some many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks. Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing.
So, why he did this interview, he actually has mentioned himself. I don't know if we'll cover it in this documentary because we have less than 10 minutes left on it, so I highly doubt it. But he himself has said that he agreed to do this interview for two reasons. One was because he knew the hosts of the show, because he had seen the show before and that he liked it. And two, he thought that they were going to be as fair and balanced as possible with him because they were a complete third party. They didn't know anything about Phil up until they did the interview. And it was a few months before the interview actually took place that the two on the top here, so Stuttering Craig is this guy here, and Adam is this guy over here, they were completely innocent of who Phil was and all of Phil's antics and everything else. They had no idea. They were completely a neutral party. And then within like 3 months of doing the interview, or 2 months or something like that, it was a couple months to a month, they did their own research, ended up finding up stuff to ask him about. Eventually, they did cover all of the conspiracies, all of the things that this documentary has gone over. And this is the first official statement that the bank leaks that have been found. This is the first official one in like a interview capacity anyway, that he says that the bank leaks are not his, that it's someone else's bank. But then, like I said, as of August of this year, literally just this past month, no, they did not do the documentary. A man by the name of Joon the King, which I will gladly scroll down and let you see the title of it. Joon the King is the one who did the documentary on this. And, like I said, great documentarian, awesome guy. He's honestly one of the coolest people in the world as far as archival stuff is concerned, and just as a person, he's really cool. But yeah, they didn't do the documentary. He has, yeah. I don't mind repeating myself. I'm long-winded, so I often forget what I've said before anyway. but anyways, these two were being completely neutral, did their own research a couple of months ahead of time, ended up coming in with some questions to ask him. Phil says that the bank leaks aren't his, but as of August, he has admitted that the bank leaks are his. Oh no, don't. Please feel free to ask as many questions as you want. I enjoy the interaction, so it's perfectly fine. I actually really enjoy the questions. But yeah, they, being completely innocent, they ask these questions. In this interview, he says the bank leaks aren't his. August, he's now doubled back and said that they are his. So he has quite literally spent over $50,000, or close to $50,000, just with transactions to that mobile game alone. And then, of course, over $200 a month for alcohol. So it lets you know maybe one fuels the other.
But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see exactly what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champion's account, his internet cut out.
Let's circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table, as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
The algorithm sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
The Lolcow Podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid. Pretty much there's no solid evidence that proves anything 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because he does often say, I'm low on money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still probably watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
And that's it. That's the end of the documentary. Holy hell, it took quite a while to get there, but we got there. So just as an idea, I started watching this around 4 o'clock my time. It's 1 in the morning now. Oh my god. This is the longest stream that I've ever done. Almost 7 hours, and it's been a wild ride. So, what can we glean from this wonderful documentary that Joon has done about DSP? Well, oh, please do not apologize for making me stop. I had like 3 breaks before you even showed up. It's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. I had 3 breaks, one of which was extended because I had to help get dinner made and all kinds of stuff. I've basically just been going back and forth between the stream and home life. But and on top of that, I'm very long-winded. I often during this whole thing paused, ranted on a tangent for a minute, and then went back to it. So I'm pretty sure that there's actually more in this stream of me talking about stuff than the actual video. So it is what it is. But what can we glean from old DSP? It boils down to that DSP, I think by the time that we get to like 2030, DSP is still going to be exactly where he was at the end of this documentary. It's still going to be the same way. I think he will have garnered probably the same amount of an audience that he still has. He still gets around like 2 to 300 concurrent viewers every stream, so he's doing fine as far as that goes. He's still going to be doing stuff on YouTube. That's never going to change. I think the way that he goes about what he does will probably change. Who will be involved will change. But other than that, there's not going to be anything different. He has literally existed with what he's doing now ever since like 2015 hit up until now. So there's really nothing that's going to change as far as that goes. Unfortunately, whenever it comes to everything else psychologically about him, that's also not going to change either. He's a heavy narcissist. He can't help but lie. I actually have come to the conclusion that he's not a pathological liar, and he's not a compulsive liar. I think he is what's called a psychopathic liar. I think that he can't exist, like he can't actually have a conversation without the conversation being based around or containing some form of a lie. And it is kind of prevalent in everything that he does, everything that he talks about, no matter what it is. It can be as mundane as as what you did this morning. Like, he would somehow be like, oh, well, I got up, and then instead of saying something normal, like, you know, oh, I got up, I used the bathroom, I took a shower, and then I ate breakfast, and then I started streaming. Like, it will never be that mundane. It will always be something along the lines of, oh, I got up and my cell phone was ringing off the hook, and I scrambled to get to the phone, but then I fell out of bed and I bumped my head on the nightstand, and then I think I knocked myself out for 2 or 3 minutes, only to wake up and check the phone, and I was actually had a number from a billionaire that I missed. Like, it'll always be something like that. It'll be something crazy. It's never something. His days are never that mundane. It's always got to be something wild like that. Or I woke up and I saw a shadow in the corner of my room. Turns out it wasn't a shadow. It was a ninja sent by my detractors to kill me. So I fought with him for 20 minutes before finally defeating the ninja and throwing him out of my office window. Like something like that. And I know that seems like out there or whatever, but honestly, with Phil, it's a normal thing for him. I believe 100% that he has to have a lie circulate around whatever it is, and that's unfortunately just the way he is. He's a very heavy narcissist. He has heavy narcissistic disorder. Nothing in life has ever been his fault. It's always someone else. Yes, he is married. He has a wife, and he has a cat. So, there you go. The only thing that I will say about about this documentary, and I don't think it's covered because I think it happened after the timeline that this documentary is based around. Because, as said before, and Joon the King has said himself, that this documentary is based around the beginnings of DSP on YouTube and Twitch, all the way up until just early this year, around February, I think, is when he stopped covering him for this documentary. But at some point during that, I think during the time that this documentary ends, one thing that I'm sad that the documentary doesn't include is the whole Jasper the cat arc, which is Jasper is the name of Phil's cat, and at some point Phil said that Jasper was having like medical issues, like he was having some kind of issue. I think it was with like hairballs or something like that. It's something that seems pretty common about cats, but at the same time is a little concerning, because he said that the cat was having some medical issues, and then someone asked, oh, well, why not take him to the vet? And his excuse is that he didn't have the money to take him to the vet. So within like the next couple of streams, he ended up getting like, I think it was around like $200 or $300 extra dollars, and someone had mentioned, hey, you got $200 or $300 extra dollars these streams, why don't you take your cat to the vet? And he's just like, Jasper's fine, he doesn't need to go to no vet. So I'm kind of sad that the documentary doesn't cover that whole thing, because that was after the time that it was brought up. People kept bringing up poor Jasper the cat for a couple of months, and then that whole entire thing just kind of fell to the wayside for whatever reason. Yeah, no joke. But yeah, I'm kind of sad that the documentary didn't cover that, but then again, like I said, it could have it could have taken place after the coverage had ended. Yeah, and I agree. I said the same thing, to be honest. I was like, if you're unwilling to take your cat to the vet, then you shouldn't have one. Quite simply. Especially if you have the means and the finances to do so. But, you know, I can't control what people do, unfortunately. Because if I could, especially in that particular regard, the cat would have been taken care of. But anyways, I think the documentary was great. I learned a few things about Phil that I didn't know. The whole sister-in-law thing really caught me off guard, obviously. Being able to see how he was in the very, very, very beginning of his career with the whole Street Fighter thing was funny. Very enjoyable. But the documentary in and of itself is good. I recommend anyone and everyone who comes by and watches this later and you don't know, and you don't want my commentary over it. Yeah. It was a little random, but it caught me off guard to the point that I couldn't help but laugh about it. But I recommend that if anybody out there who watches this later, or whatever the case is, or if Kat is interested in it, or in seeing it herself without having my commentary over it, it is a pretty good listen to. It's a pretty good watch. Anything else that Joon the King has done, quite frankly, is very good. He's a very good documentarian, as I had said before. Really good guy as well. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't think I have anything else to say about the documentary, just because we've spent nearly 7 hours on it. So oh, it was a hell of a ride, though. I enjoyed it. It was very nice. I'm hoping that Joon drops another one on another person that I know about, because otherwise I'm just going to be learning a lot of new stuff. But it was fun either way. I had fun doing my stream. Yeah, definitely GG's. I appreciate everybody that's come by. Like I said, this is the longest stream I've ever done. Going nearly 7 hours. Oh, hey, thank you. I enjoy giving commentary. Like I've said plenty of times before, and I'll say it again because it's basically the message of my channel, is that whenever I watch these things and I do these things, I like to tackle it from multiple angles, but the main thing that I like to do is I like to look at it from the psychological perspective, because that's basically where my expertise is. And yeah, so being able to look at all of this and just kind of tackling it from a psychological perspective, especially whenever it comes to a hardcore narcissist like Phil, it's for the psychoanalyst part of my brain, it's amazing. Yeah. Like I said, longest stream I've ever done, so congratulations to me on that one. Maybe next time, I don't know if we'll be watching a documentary whenever we do it, but maybe next time we'll do another stream that's just as long, if not longer, have more fun. Maybe we'll have some more people here. It'd be nice. But we'll see. I'm okay just to rant into a camera whether someone's here or not, but I prefer the interaction, not gonna lie. But that was Marvelous Monday. Thank you specifically to Kitty Cat for showing up. You're amazing for having been here as long as you have. Just so everybody is clear, I'm streaming this on 2 different places. Thankfully, Twitch and YouTube don't really care if you do that, so yeah, so you can find this on both Twitch, you can find this on YouTube. If you aren't already subscribed to one or the other, be nice if you did. Be cool. Thank you. I it was really enjoyable to have the interaction. It was fun. But yeah, if you're not already following or subscribed, then please do. It helps out a lot. If you like the stream, share it with friends, family, people you care about, all that good stuff. Yeah, documentary was something else. And it's been a marvelous Monday for sure. But I thank everybody who is here. I thank everybody who will show up later, hopefully, and will watch this either on Twitch or watch this on YouTube. It's going to be uploaded to both, so feel free to catch them whichever. I don't expect you to sit through the entire 7 hours, but hey, if you do, good on you. But I think for now, I am going to go ahead and call it a night. I appreciate and love all of you. Like I said, like, share, follow, comment. If you can donate. You don't have to. It's never a requirement, and I'm never going to have it be a requirement. And I appreciate, and I will use every donation that I get to improve my streams in some form or fashion. As of recently, the TTS, the text-to-speech, actually has been working. It used to be glitched for some reason, and I don't know why it was glitched before, but it's working now. So if you use any one of my links and you donate $3 or more, then you can actually have a message essentially broadcast through the stream, so you can have your stuff both seen and heard. That's okay, Kat. You don't, like I said, you don't have to, but if you do donate, I would just use one of the links. I have them on screen, so you can just either do that, or I think I have a command that actually puts them on, but I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I do. Is it that? It might be that. We will see. Yeah, there you go. There's one. So if you just put in the whole exclamation mark donate, and that pops up. And then I'll just go ahead and copy this and paste it over as well. So I don't see why not. Ain't gonna hurt nothing. So that should come up on the Twitch's end. But either way, if you want to, if at any point you want to donate, just use one of those links. And like I said, if you do $3 or more while I'm streaming, then the text-to-speech, the TTS, will go off. So whatever it is you want to say will be said. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end my stream here. It was, like I said, it's absolutely awesome that you all stop by and you watch my stuff, you comment on my stuff, you message in my stuff. It's always good. All feedback's good feedback at this point, and I appreciate and love every single one of you. Yeah, I enjoyed myself, so yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I think one of the last things that I will play, just as kind of a little bit of a goof, is Phil, you have a kind face.
I'd like to chew off and spit on and spit up and stomp on your check and slap and push and kick and push.
You gotta love Zorak. Yeah, thank you, Kat, for stopping by. You're great people as well. Yeah, I will hopefully see you all again. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm trying to do this 3 times a week, so I will probably see you all again on No, it wasn't. It wasn't him. But I just love the quote. It's, oh, you have a kind face.
Kind face. Kind I like to chew off and spit on and spit up and stomp on your jet and slap and push and kick and push.
That's always fun to hear. You got a kind face, the kind I'd like to chew on, chew up and chew on and spit at. Oh my god, Zorak's amazing. Alright, so yeah, alright, so I will see you all probably on Wednesday, then again on Friday. But I love each and every one of you. It's always been enjoyable. Yes, Space Ghost Coast to Coast, one of the best shows ever created. Never going to not enjoy good old Space Ghost, especially Moltar.
How about I come out at the beginning of every show and hit you upside the head with a hammer?
I'd watch that show.
And light your teeth on fire and punch your eardrums with golf tees until your spinal fluid leaks out.
Gotta enjoy it. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. So see you all on Wonderful Wednesday, and then again on Fantastic Friday. If I do end up showing up tomorrow, then I guess you all will be the first to know. But if not, then look for me on Wednesday, and then look for me again on Friday. So, thank you all for stopping by. This has been the Khan from his inner sanctum, and I will see you all again on Wednesday. Till next time, I'm out of here.